Oh, I forgot. I need a beverage. And I need to plug in my fucking phone because it's almost dead. Oh, bitch. Got 20 seconds. What am I gonna do? It's a race against the clock. Oh no. Yeah! Help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise. Use your mystical powers to put out the invisible flames. Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know what that is. It's annoying me. I'll figure it out at some point. But hope you're doing well. Um, I did a fuckload of yard work today. It's pretty much all I did all day long. So, yeah. So, like, I discovered yesterday, right? We have blackberry bushes in my backyard, but there's a bunch of dead blackberry bushes on either side of the ones that are still alive, and they're kind of choking out. Like, there's a bunch of weeds and stuff back behind all that stuff that's choking everything out. So, like, I weeded my, like, entire, like, we have mulch in all of our, like non-grass areas of our yard. A, to keep the grass from encroaching, and B, to keep the weeds from coming up, but it's year-old mulch, so it doesn't keep the weeds from coming up. So I spent most of the day yesterday pulling weeds. And then today, um, I did more weed pulling, but I also did weed eating because I can't get to all the places in the yard with the lawnmower. And then I had to, like, because I live in a snooty ass neighborhood where, people care about how everything looks all the time. I have to keep the gutters, but like that run along the side of the road. I have to keep those all clean, so I had to do all the leaf blowing of that shit. And I got a big ass magnolia tree in my backyard that just dumps a bunch of shit onto the side of the road. So I just kind of like, instead of like actually like blowing that shit in and picking it up and like putting it in bags and stuff to collect, I just kind of like fucking blow it back up toward the tree and I'm like, fuck it. I'm not I'm not going to spend my entire goddamn summer like picking up magnolia leaves every fucking 2 days. Um, but anyway, yeah, once I got to the backyard, like in earnest, and I figured out that we had like active live blackberry bushes back there, and saw that there was a bunch of like stuff growing up, like because the whole side of like one side of our yard just never got maintained. So I I just like kind of worked around it, but there's like blackberry bushes have fucking thorns, man. So trying to mow the yard around these dead blackberry bushes that have like thorns like that fucking long, they just like get stuck in you and then like yank off the bush because the bush is dead. And then you just have a thorn stuck in your body. I just started clearing those out, and so I filled up 2 trash cans worth of like yard waste today, and that's all the yard waste trash cans I have. Um, so that was fun. And then like I pulled a bunch of other weeds that were in the backyard and had to set those out beside the road because I didn't have any more room in my trash cans. Um, so that's kind of what I've been up to. Which I don't know if you know. Well, I haven't actually told this story, but I did. We sold our old condo, and I had to paint the all the wrought iron, the black wrought iron railing on the balcony. I had to paint all that matte black because it had rusted, and like the property management company was like, or the HOA was like, yeah, we're gonna come around and we're gonna paint all these balconies, and they never painted ours because fucking reasons, I don't know. So I had to sand off all the chip paint and all the rust and all that shit and paint over it. But I had to do it in the middle of fucking January. So I took my work gloves over there and my paint and my paintbrush. And thinking I was going to go back the next day and finish up, I left the paint, the paintbrush, and the work gloves in a cabinet in the kitchen. And before anybody told me, I apparently I had some shit that I had to do the next day. Didn't get over there for like a week. And by the time I got back over there, we'd already sold the place. The real estate agent didn't tell me we'd sold it. They were just like, yeah, oh, by the way, somebody lives there now and your keys no longer work. And I was like, oh, well, that's an issue. So I don't have my work gloves. So I don't know if you know this, but clearing out a whole bunch of fucking brush with like fucking half-inch long thorns without gloves, especially without like leather gloves that can't like, the thorns can't penetrate through into your skin. So you're just like trying to find the spot without a thorn that's going to puncture into your body as you're clearing this shit out. And it's a trash can full. Like, those old metal trash cans that, you see in like movies and shit where people like light a fire in the trash can because they're homeless and shit. Like, it's one of those. It's got like the lid, that people use as like a shield. And like when you're a little kid, you use the metal trash can lid as a shield. It's one of those full of like just thorn brambles. That was like 2 hours. And then like I discovered that part of my fence was broken and the assholes that lived here before me, instead of fixing the fence, they just bought like this shit plastic trellis and like slammed it into the ground and like put a bunch of boards up against it so their dog couldn't escape. Then I spent like an hour and a half fixing the fucking fence because I have a dog and I have a fence and I don't want my dog to get out of the fence, but I also don't want this ugly ass shit in my yard either. Anyway, yeah. So I deserve a beer or several. At any rate, we're gonna play Dragon's Dogma 2 again today. It's gonna be fun because we're finally getting along to some of the actually more enjoyably like neat and interesting story points of the game. Yesterday we left off. Let me pop this up. Yesterday when we left off, this didn't exist, and this didn't exist. So there wasn't a way to get into here. There was just a way to get kind of out to here, which I think I can probably still do, but I need to get a new. I think what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to take the fucking long ass way. So what we're gonna do, quests in order. We're gonna potentially. Where's this on the map? So this is right here. So this is on our way, but I don't know whether I should. I don't know whether I should kind of thief it and like like track it from behind because ox carts are fucking slow. Or if I should get myself captured. I don't know what they mean by pretend you're a pawn, like look like a pawn, but that's what we're going to do first. And then we're going to do this one, which is, oh God. All right. This one I believe is not there, not there, not there, not there. I think it's, oh, where is it? It's not the waterfall cave. I remember it being in this area. Like in this area over here, and there's a campfire right there. Might be this one. It's not this. And it's not all the way fucking up here. It's none of those. I don't remember exactly where it is, but we've definitely been there. There's a dude trapped over there who needs help, apparently. And guarding that spot is a dragon and an ogre. And we could pretty easily nuke the ogre. Like that's not a problem. The question is, can we nuke the dragon? And that's the issue that we're going to have. So again, I don't recall exactly where it is. It's not that one. It's not that one. I wish there was a way to mark on the map where you've already been, like what objectives you've accomplished. It's not way the fuck over here. But there's a dragon that we have to fight. Yeah, it's not that. I'm pretty sure it's up here. Like this one right here. And then it's right here. Or it's this. Because I don't think, no, it's not that one. We've been through that one. But it looks like this comes out from here and connects over here. So theoretically, we could possibly take this road up and go into this from the backside. Like wherever we get, once we get here, because we haven't gone through that tiny little stretch there, go across there and go around into here and not have to fight the dragon that's right here. Well, maybe we'll try that. But first things first, we're going to go after these dudes. Now, the issue here is going to be I'm going to have to disguise myself as a pawn potentially. And how I do that, no. And again, inventory management, I will grant you, is fucking annoying. Everybody's got a fucking potato. Huh? Huh? What are we, Irish here? Everybody's got a fucking potato. The question is, how do I make myself look like a pawn? I gotta sell those for one thing. Hey, Sector 6, man. You didn't have to raid me. Appreciate it, buddy. How's it going? Give a shout out to Sector 6 real quick. If you're hanging out, go give Sector 6 a follow. What's going on, buddy? How was stream? I appreciate it, dude. I mean, how's things? How's Trails of Cold Steel treating you? Was good, man. Went super late, nearly 4 a.m. here. That's me fucking literally yesterday. I raided somebody from Australia. I was like, bro, I'll leave you alert. Let me go get a nap. Like, it's fucking 4:30 in the morning. I mean, fortunately, my kid's out of town, so like, I don't have like tons of fucking shit I have to get done. But yeah, man. Appreciate the raid. Appreciate the love. Um, do whatever you need to do, man. I won't keep you, but I appreciate it. And I'll be around. I'll come swing by soon, and we'll actually have like a proper chat. I've been doing yard work all day, so I'm probably just gonna chill for a little bit tonight. I'm gonna play some more Dragon's Dogma too, but it's not gonna be like super in depth. Normally stick about for a bit, but I'm definitely gonna have to bail early. Yeah, no worries, dude. Do what you gotta do. I appreciate it regardless. Have a good one, man. I'll come hang. Probably not tomorrow or the next day, because my kid's coming back tomorrow, and then Sunday's Father's Day.
Are you in the market for
I'll
something in
probably
particular?
hang out like more in depth sometime next week. Oh shit! I don't have any fucking money. That's a problem. No worries, man. Have a great stream, and I'll catch you next time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the way, you saw the raid. Uh, the raid animation, right? So we're on the same page. And I'm pretty sure there's a clip on my channel where I say Cloud is my spirit animal. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that exists in the wild. But yeah, man. Take care of yourself. Get some rest. Don't let me keep you. For sure get some sleep. And I'll see you around, brother. Love you, man. I hope you have a good night. Holy shit! I have two of those, and they're five. Oh, I can't do that. That actually seems like it would be useful against the dragon. I might want to keep the thing that halves damage from fire when I'm fighting a dragon. Okay. Um. Oh, Ring of Conversation. I can sell that shit. All right. Oof. We can run out and fight some shit. Oh, word? Oh, god damn it. Can't do that either. Actually, yeah, we can. We can do both of these. Just gotta go kill some shit and rob some people. Be okay.
Do come again.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright, where's our, it's up here, so we gotta go opposite direction we're facing toward this. We just gotta stay in this general area and loot and kill. Excellent.
If our destination is a distant one, travel by Oxcart might be worth
I
considering.
was, well,
Walking everywhere is certainly tiring.
we're considering it. Goddamn Skyrim bullshit. Can I hit this fucking thing yet?
Leave off, afore you earn my spite.
That's annoying. It's more annoying that I can't, like... Alright, so I have this attack, right? Let me not do it toward people. It's a ranged attack with a spear. Like, that's actually a ranged elemental attack that somehow will not work through this door because
We
reasons.
cannot break it from this side. I understand.
Even though it goes straight through it. Crazy shit. Just absolute madness. Also, chat, if it seems like I'm running the fuck around a lot in this game, I can fast travel. It costs a shit ton. It is not efficient. I mean, it's very efficient, but it costs a shit ton. And in order to like really actually gain resources in this game, you kind of have to like run around like an idiot. Like a vast majority of the time.
Harpies, Master! I grant your weapon a magical boon. One might confidently call that a resounding victory.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
Man, I was trying to give you a high five.
You truly are formidable, Arisen.
I appreciate that.
Be little need for a trouble. Let us return once the great time.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is a relatively early area of the game. And I'm mostly just mining for bullshit materials and stuff. As I attempt to... Hey, what happened here? No, give me that shit. What happened to that big bitch? Come here. You had some shit you wanted to talk about.
Might I interest you in my humble wares?
What do you have? 3 of those. 15,000. Is there anything I can sell? I probably have 30 of those. 300 isn't it, well, it'll get me 1. But I think I have 11 and I need 15 to upgrade each weapon to dragon scale. And that's a whole other like proposition. I don't need those.
Much obliged, sir. Our coin reserves are much depleted after that indulgence.
Yeah. wasn't an
We've a journey
indulgence.
to prepare for after all. We can't afford to cut corners. What did you do to provoke it? It was most unwise.
Do be mindful of your surroundings.
I didn't do shit to provoke shit. Alright, I'll put my feather bow away. Jeez. How do I get to that treasure chest out there? This is supposed to be something I probably should have done earlier.
One of us has been drenched.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, good. I mean, at least it's me. It's fine. I'll come back. If there's any of the others, they'd just be fucking dead. Which, you know, less than ideal. Your companions on your journey just fucking dead.
No one can defend themselves when grappled like this. Climb on and I'll tell you the story. It seems we have a great deal of both. I can only generate to our
Alright. Well, money's money. Huh.
It's pleasantly cool here, what with a canopy overhead.
Okay. Ah, fuck you. Oh, it brought me back again? It probably shouldn't have.
Materials, eh? I shan't deny. They have their uses.
No, give me the goddamn griffin. Where's this big bitch? No, I don't want this griffin. This fucker keeps circling overhead like I'm not gonna fucking take him out. By the way, this is a very good game. It's excessively actiony for an RPG. but I appreciate it a ton.
To the hobgoblin!
Like the crafting menu is pretty deep. There's a lot of like good RPG stuff in it, right? Like see how I have like all this shit that's like where this is ripened and these aren't. That's just like an amount of time I hold on to an item in my possession. And the more like ripe it gets, the more you can dry it out and then you can make like stronger healing, right? Like this does like minimal healing. This does a little more. And then this does a little more, and then this does a little more. But that does a ton, and that does a ton. And this gives you a little more stamina, but that gives you a lot more stamina. And like you can craft all this shit. Like this is all almost all craftable. These aren't, and that's an annoyance. But like the RPG systems in this game, in spite of it being a very actiony action type title, are pretty deep,
I
and I
learned of a
enjoy
forgotten
them quite a
riftstone in
bit.
this area during my time beyond the rift. I can take you to it, if you like.
Methinks I know where that is.
All
Follow
right,
me.
Prof.
I will guide you to the location.
Yeah, I want to
We've been
fight that
given a
griffin though.
destination. Shall we make our way there?
I really want to fuck that griffin up though.
This one's shaking. You waited. Quick, douse the flames! Stay with me, Arisen.
I'm good.
Please. Let my magic grant you an elemental boon.
Yeah. Also, customizable main pawn, big help. Big, humongous, huge, gigantor help.
A common reward. Frustratingly so.
I'm good
Now,
with common
what might
rewards.
that be?
We ought to
I
take a
I
closer
can
look.
make common rewards better things.
We have arrived.
Battle is best avoided here.
Oh, I don't mind.
The paths to victory are myriad indeed. That strategy never would have occurred to me.
Now that is a surprise.
Mystic Spearhand, still my favorite class.
I see you've been drenched. Dry off as soon as you can.
If your pack grows over full, simply ask me to sell off your surplus items.
Okay.
I'll have the gold for you in a trice.
Mmm. Okay. It's a little weird how few people are playing this game right now, but I get it.
Where do you think you're going, eh?
Oh, I'll be fine.
And I might just let you live. A curative ought to do the trick.
Much obliged. Take this with my
Okay. Holy shit. Okay. How many of those do I have? Hmm. Um, that's not an issue. I don't use a ton of those, so let's go ahead and do it. I hunt Saurian tails. They're fucking so OP. Like, pellet with incredible medicinal properties. Its recipe is close to the guarded secret. Astonishing amount of health and stamina. Great deal. Immense amount of health. What the fuck? Oh. Why am I catching weird Twitter follows at like 11 o'clock at night? That's strange. Fuck it, whatever. Yeah. Come on. What did I miss over here? Was it this? Okay. Yeah, I got you, Vicky. You were named Freya yesterday. What happened? I don't mind the name change. I'm just like wondering what the fuck. Like what went down. Oh, that's that dude we killed.
I enjoy tackling fierce foes and prefer combat's thrills.
I'm good. I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to stealth this, which I'm not thrilled with the idea of.
An Oxcart ought to make our journey easier.
Yeah,
Would
well, that's
allow
not
us
the
to
ox
save our
cart we're
strength.
looking for.
Assuming we're not attacked, that is.
Ding dong. Alright, this is where we camped out the other day. We didn't gather a ton of cash there. Okay. Okay. Well, I can't carry a big spear and look like a pawn. Yes, we know we're here. Vicky, we're aware. I'm waiting on the sunlight to change. Alright, we're at least in afternoon now. Yeah, the sun's changing position.
We've been traveling together for some time now, haven't we? Our combined might is a force to be reckoned with. I say we forge on together, for as long as we may.
I wonder, and this is just me thinking out loud, I wonder if it's possible to actually get picked up looking like I look right now. Yeah, this is the bitch I wanted.
Dare I say it? We trounced our foe, well and true.
Overconfidence is an enemy in and of itself. Let us instead strive to better ourselves with every battle.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a fun fight. I mean, you know, not like I had anything to do with it at all. It was all the team. I think we're actually actually
Very well. I shall return.
all right. Waiting for shit to happen is real fucking boring. Um, I fucking wholeheartedly agree, but the sun has already shifted, so we're like minutes away, at best, from the sun going down. So I can't like just like go run out and do something else right now. Being being like, yeah, I can like just run off and fuck around for the next 30 minutes when I know like sundown is coming and this is the quest I'm currently doing out of 3 total that are on the board. I mean, yeah, is it an indictment on me that I also fucking actually like tied up most of the quests before this one? Yeah, that's holy shit. Holy shit, the Mavs fucking bitched the Celtics. Does that mean it won't be a gentleman's sweep? I don't know. But they got bitched tonight. Holy fuck, 122 to 84? Damn. Alright, regardless, there's not much we can do, and I don't have a way to, like, speed up time here. So we just kind of have to wait. Otherwise, we don't end up being able to, like, do stuff. Alright, night's falling. That's a tree that looks like a dragon because reasons. And the question is, do we follow? Do we follow the cart? Or do we get on the cart? I think we should get on the cart. God damn, man.
What's this? Only pawns? What's that dullard playing at? Suppose it's all the same. The cargo's all I need to get the job done. In you get then. What's the hold up? Get in! Oh, it's cold out. Fie, I'm tired.
Okay.
Empty. Forgot to buy more drink. Could do with a proper meal. What was that? Fie. Now I'm jumping at shadows.
Okay.
Pray, light
Where
your
are we
lantern.
headed?
We're under attack! Don't just stand there! Protect the cart! Drive the fiends back! You're not a pawn? Fie! What do you want? I'm not taking you anywhere. Away with you.
We've got goblins!
Hmm. Okay.
Understood. I shall proceed ahead.
All right. Let's do this.
Oxcarts are reliable, if naught else. It is preferable to
Ah.
walking everywhere, that's for certain. A fine place to harvest some ingredients. No harm in picking a few. Our
Oh man.
homecoming is at hand. Take care you do not become so focused on the city that you become blind to your surroundings.
No. Guys.
Right you are. Mountains certainly come in all manner of shapes. I wonder, are they fit for climbing?
No. I've I've climbed plenty of mountains.
Not a care in the world, just as it should be.
A crime committed here will see one confined to jail. I've heard that jailers are paid a pittance, despite the hardships of their work. Then a bribe might avail us, should the time come.
What must needs be done?
All right.
This Oxcart's bound for Melve. I'll not take you anywhere till I've had my due.
Okay.
Lots to do. Precious little time.
I'll sleep like a log.
Ay, ay, ay. Okay, fine.
We're setting out. Jump on if you're paid.
This is fucking annoying.
Am I truly so
Then, let my magics grant you an elemental boon. Stop!
What did he say his name was again? The lad's in Vermouth now. He's eager. I'll give him that.
I'll gather this. It might be of use.
You dare.
Yeah.
Ah, here we are. The Oxcart made it without too much trouble.
Mayhap we can employ a cart for our next journey.
Unlikely.
My talents lie in combining materials, and I'll use those in my possession to craft things for you in my spare time.
Okay.
Oh, what does this say? Let's have a look then.
Lanterns, yada yada. Okay. Mm. Mm,
At once, Master. Mayhap you will think this a trifle, but this place calls forth memories of when our journey first began, of a time when we had yet to even reach Vernworth. The memories we made here shall never be forgotten.
When does my watch?
okay. Yeah, it's not over there. It's around here. I feel like it's this one. Which I have been to. No. No, it was definitely a this style of situation. What's Melv have to do with this? Eh,
I've clean forgotten.
oh, nobody knows. Okay. Okay. Uh, we're gonna have to. It's a side by side. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Right? Where are we? We're up here. We're gonna have to get to here. No, we're gonna have to get to here. And there's no clear-cut way to get through here. From here. Alright? Alright?
Days like this make me glad to be alive.
This is a remarkable treasure we've found. I see a ladder yonder, but we can't reach it from here. We'll have to get up there and drop it down.
Uh, it's not over here. Where am I? No. The actual, like, spot is for sure a campsite. It might be this one, but it's very near a rift stone. I think it might be this one. What's weird about this bullshit is like it's on the other side of the world from like the actual thing. Like I'm pretty sure it's that. And what's weird is like I'm it's not like super intercontinental like fucking mindfuck bullshit. It's just like on a path. I think it actually could be this one. Yeah, that looks right. Because there's a looping path around, and then you jump down some stones, and there's a trebuchet where you can fuck the dragon up, and there's a lower thing down there. I want to go fight this fucking dragon. Um, do I squander 10 G's to go do that? Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay.
We seem to have arrived without issue. But are we safe here?
We're very safe here. Hey, Freya, calm the fuck down.
I've not seen this.
They have I ought to be getting home. Fancy a look at my wares?
My best rolls, and I shan't resist. No sense dwelling upon this.
Fancy a look at my wares?
Yeah.
Always a pleasure.
No purchases to be made today, I see. I just hope the shopkeep understands.
'Tis here we will begin everything anew. Our village, our lives.
Dead on my feet. Much to do.
Babe, I am incredibly in tune with your position. I also had to bring you back from death.
Together, we will rebuild. It warms my heart that you care to visit me. Whate'er trials we may face, I shall see this village and its people. 'Tis a joy to see you again.
If I sleep on my woe.
What about its charms? This sort of place I'm like to find good conversation.
Dead on my feet.
This sort of place I'm like to find good conversation.
Welcome to browse my wares.
On me.
Can I interest you in a room, sir?
Oi. Oi, oi, oi. Alright. I understand I'm getting sidetracked. I do want to go fight this dragon.
Glad to be of service.
Alright. Where are we headed? I I deleted all of the markers already.
Yeah, and I know.
Not much going on.
It's a place I'd like to find.
There's a calm in there. Let's take it easy today.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it. Tis strangely quiet hereabouts. Where are our... I'd wager there's aught to be found here.
Warn the flies went this way.
Come on then.
Here we go again. Right. To arms. By your leave. Most impressive, Master. I grant your weapon a magical boon. Climb on and I'll send you soaring. Yon statue makes for a fine landmark. I can foresee no reason not to go see it up close.
I'm good.
Nice armor you got. It'd look better on me.
Suppose this is a fitting end for scum like me. You're gonna regret that.
You'll not get past me!
This one's shaking.
Flawless execution. Let us try for the same result with our next attack.
Suppose this is a fitting end for scum like me. How'd I end up here?
I shan't let them fall. It seems we have enraged our foe. Might we not use their rage to our advantage? I'm well aware of the difficulties.
All right.
One of us will be drenched.
Okay. Gonna have to deal with a rotten fish.
should be glad to assist you, Arisen. Arisen, to me. I shall heal you. Wait a moment. You called? Forgive me, but you do not appear to be in need of aid.
Come on, motherfucker. No,
Suppose we might as well gather what we can.
no. I think we should go fight the dragon.
No! Arisen has been poisoned! One might confidently call that a I did my best to match your skill, Master. The enemy has called reinforcements. It seems they will match our height and strength of numbers.
Not fall to prowess.
All right.
I'll collect that. You needn't trouble yourself. Let my magics grant you an elemental boon.
No. I want the fucking dragon. No. Where is this big bitch?
I shan't allow any further harm to come to you. The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns. It shall be done. I am here to aid you. Same foe again. Use me as your foothold to soar to greater heights. till after we've examined our surroundings.
Yeah.
Would that such tranquility could last. Right you are.
It's wild.
Well, we've eaten our fill. What say we settle our stomachs with a few hours' sleep? Ag-
11, yes. I can do some ice shit. Hey, Topspin, what's up? Fire affinity? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Sure. Went back to The Sims 4 and I created a 2020 Los Angeles Rams blue jersey this time. 2020 St. Louis Rams. In 2020, they were the St. Louis Rams. Holy shit. Nobody noticed. Yeah, I know they play at SoFi in Inglewood. Oh.
Agreed. We ought to give ourselves a chance to recover ere we continue on our journey.
If we're gonna be fully clear here, uh, I'm a dad, and after today,
Master, watch out!
It seems we have been raided our foe. I cannot use their raids to our advantage.
okay.
This should be of use.
Okay. Look, dude, I already admitted I was probably wrong. No, no, no. Don't be sorry. It's all good. I admitted I was probably wrong on the thing that you specifically stated. That's fine. That's not an issue. I'm not, to be clear, I'm not here to like be like, fuck you, you're a fucking asshole, you're wrong. Fucking you don't know anything. Like that's not what I do. It's legitimately not what I do at all. When I'm wrong, I will say I am wrong. I can be wrong. I can have incorrect facts on things. I'm not like the divine overlord of fuck you. Everyone who comes to this channel has to like bow down to the shit I say. That's never been. It's never been the take here. That's never been the meta, like overarching shit in this channel. I'm fine with being wrong. What's weird is when people say I'm wrong when I'm not, and then say like, well, you say nobody else is allowed to be right when you're wrong. And I'm like, but I'm not wrong. And then like bullshit ensues. Like I'm okay with being wrong. I'm completely fine with being incorrect in my takes. I am 125% fine with being absolutely wrong as fuck, and that's not an issue for me. I'm wrong all the time. But when I challenge people who are legitimately wrong in their takes and they come at me, I tend to have an issue. If, if, I, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty easy distinction to make, right? Like I can be wrong, but also be right. And when I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong, and like another person is not willing to admit that I'm right, I think that's grounds for actual pushback. I think that's important and necessary. I, I think that's I think that's how a healthy society actually improves itself, right? Like when when people say shit that's objectively wrong, like measurably fucking wrong, And I say, well, that's fucking measurably goddamn fucking wrong. You, you're divorced from reality with this take. What do you want me to say? Like, oh, well, yeah, like, fucking QAnon thinks you're fucking crazy? Like, I don't fucking care what QAnon thinks. QAnon isn't my target demographic. I don't give a shit. I don't have to like explain rationality to like incels. Like that's never gonna be where I'm at. I'm not gonna be like, as much as you want to lecture me on this touchy issue, I cannot endure this. Goodbye. Why? It's not a touchy issue either, by the way. No, no. I actually want to like talk to you about this because I don't think this is a touchy issue at all. What's the touchy part? What's the part where like I'm outside of like the cultural zeitgeist in your mind? Let's talk about it. Topspin. Let's actually have a frank conversation about this shit. You can't endure what? What have I said that is so offensive that you can't endure the conversation? I'm all ears. Also, you're a Twitch Turbo user, so you don't have to deal with ads. Oh, oh, you ran away. Hmm, interesting. You fucking ran away. Well, that's what you do. You are incapable of actually engaging in actual conversation about shit. Like overall. You don't want to actually talk about shit. You don't want to actually see facts. You just like I operate on vibes, man. I don't actually care like what's happening. Like the vibes. The vibes are what shape me. No, come on. Let's talk about it. Come on. Air your grievances. It's Father's Day weekend. I can take it. I'm gonna have a kid hugging on me tomorrow. I'll be okay. Let's go. No, no, no. Come on. Let's go. It's fucking weird, right? Like motherfuckers call me out and then run. You just you just fucking run. You run away, you piss your pants, you piss down your leg, and go, I don't know if you need to lecture me on such a touchy issue. Well, lecture me. Let's go. Tell me what you think. I'm right here. Where you at? It's not a touchy issue either. Like the fucking dummiest shit in this at all is like, I was lecturing you on where an NFL team played. Like, no, I wasn't. Stop it. The goofy shit. Say your piece. Here. Here. I'll be right back. Say your fucking piece. Talk all the shit you want. I'm not even here to defend me. I actually have to go take a leak. So just go on playing my game. Okay. It's wild to me that like it's not a touchy issue at all. It's not. Let's go in the Wayback Machine. See, what would be a touchy issue? What would be a touchy issue? I mean, I'm American, right? I'm an American. I'm an American voter. I've lived in Kentucky, Pennsylvania, Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia. Uh, what would be a touchy issue if we're talking about touchy issues? What's a touchy issue for an American voter? Oh. Right.
Horizon, an American saga, only in theaters June 28th.
Let's
Get
take
tickets now.
a quick look at a
I'm
touchy
just resting
issue.
my eyes, Snap. Lazy boy, long live the lazy.
Earlier tonight on the steps of the Capitol building, a group of lawmakers held a candlelight prayer vigil marking the anniversary of the insurrection and honoring those who defended the Capitol and those who lost their lives. It's been a day full of remembrances in commemoration of the worst attack on American democracy, frontally at least, since the Civil War. But as President Joe Biden noted in a speech delivered in Statuary Hall at the Capitol, in order to really comprehend what happened 1 year ago, you have to bring yourself back to the terror of that day.
Do you hold former President Trump personally responsible?
Yes.
The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol. Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol. American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears. Fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America.
Can I speak to Pelosi? Yeah, we're coming. Oh, Mike Pence, we're coming for you too.
They've got the gallows set outside this Capitol building. It's time to start using them.
Start making a list. Put all those names down, and we start hunting them down one by one.
We had a disbursement of tear gas in the rotunda. Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
When the order came to evacuate, I stayed behind for a while until two Republicans came up to me. One of them said, "You can't let them see you. I know these people. I can talk to these people. I can talk my way through these people."
I remember every moment vividly. I viscerally feel the pounding on the gallery doors.
We want Trump! We want Trump! I know violence!
It's too late for that.
I hear the shot ringing out. I replay how I made plans to use my gas mask and my cane, newly at my side from a 5-week-old knee replacement surgery, to fight back if attacked. And I remember not knowing if I would make it out of our seat of democracy alive or if our democracy itself would survive.
1776! You afraid of Antifa? Well, guess what? America showed up!
I think Cruz would want us to do this.
Until, like many of you, including luckily a former linebacker standing next to me, we had to contemplate actually defending the floor of the House of Representatives. And at that point, I thought about what it meant. Was I willing to die for my country? Was I willing to die to make sure democracy continues? And at that time, around this time last year, I said yes. Yes, I would.
There's a million of us out there, and we are listening to Trump, your boss.
What the extremists who roamed these halls targeted was not only the lives of elected leaders. What they sought to degrade and destroy was not only a building, hallowed as it is. What they were assaulting were the institutions, the values, the ideals that generations of Americans have marched, picketed, and shed blood to establish and defend.
Yeah, I'm good on that side. Like, if you want me to...
You need to stay ahead in business. Use AI to generate whole new possibilities.
If you want me to walk away from representative democracy, you're not gonna win that. You're not gonna win that. Here. You're never gonna win that. Here. Because it's messy shit, but it's the least worst form of government. And, like, trying to talk me down off of not supporting that bullshit, yeah, you're gonna lose. I have the microphone. If you're gonna come into my house, into this situation, and try to tell me that what I have to say is invalid, you're gonna lose. So, like, let's be very clear. I'm oh man.
A good commander-in-chief is somebody who gives a shit. My name is Curtis Register. I served in the United States Marine Corps.
My name is Ed McCabe. I served from the 1990s into 2014.
Okay, my name is Matthew McLaughlin. I was a Navy pilot for 8 years.
It is the first time I'm shaking the hands of a president of the United States. It was pretty impactful to me to see an individual that supports troops not just on the battlefield, but when we return home.
I see a man in Joe Biden who accepts accountability and responsibility. And when I see his predecessor, Donald Trump, I see a man who is only in this for himself.
Who criticizes veterans, who doesn't see it important for him to go to the funerals.
Donald Trump has zero accountability in his life.
He's a draft dodger, simple as that.
I think the election is the difference between authoritarianism and democracy. And I came to see a president that cares about maintaining democracy.
Donald Trump, he's not fit to be commander-in-chief, he's not fit to lead a squad, and he's definitely not fit to be president of the United States.
Oh. Do we need another one? Oh, here's a good one. If we're going to be talking about this shit.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
In America, we pledge allegiance to one flag.
And to the republic for which it stands.
Not this flag. This one.
One nation.
Under God.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
In America, we pledge allegiance to one flag.
Oh, what's this one? You want to talk about it? Oh. Oh yeah. This dumb dumb. Okay. Like I'm pretty sure like the idiocy has like jumped the shark at this point. All right. I'm gonna. God damn it! I can't. Actually, I can and I will. Because this is fucking hilarious. This is one of the funniest fucking things I've ever seen.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig, it cost
$70.
Okay, but
I'm not gonna shy away from this shit. And I'm not big enough on YouTube that anybody will care. Cause this shit's fucking funny.
You know, Johnny, I'm not going to do this if you're not going to listen. I'll listen, Billy. I will. It's just, it's not easy for me. Do you mean that, though? Or are you just saying it? My mind is open. Convince me if you can. All right. We've talked about a lot of Southern history on this show, from 1776 to the modern day. But there's one thing we've never actually touched on: the Confederacy's founding documents. What the governments and politicians of Southern states themselves said, loudly and publicly, in 1860 and 61, justifying their secession. The secession documents. Really? That's your big last move? I ain't no spring chicken, Billy, and this ain't Civil War History 101. Trust me, I don't think you know just how deep this goes and how crazy it gets. Okay, so here's what happened. On December 24th, 1860, the South Carolina Secession Convention drafts a Declaration of Immediate Causes of Separation, wherein they state,
"The non-slaveholding states have assumed the right of deciding upon the propriety of our domestic institutions.
I am absolutely going to belly laugh at some point during this video.
Establishment among them of abolitionist societies, whose avowed object is to take away the property of the civilians of other states. They have encouraged and assisted thousands of our slaves to leave their homes, and those who remain have been incited to servile insurrection."
Mississippi seceded on January 9th, 1861, and about 2 weeks later, their secession convention drafted its own declaration.
Our position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery, the greatest material interest in the world. Utter subjugation awaits us in the Union if we should consent longer to remain in it. It is not a matter of choice, but of necessity. We must either submit to degradation and to the loss of property worth $4 billion of money, or we must secede from the Union framed by our fathers.
Florida seceded just a day after Mississippi, declaring that
"All hope of the preservation of the Federal Union, upon terms consistent with the safety and honor of the slaveholding state, has finally dissipated by the recent indications of the strength of the anti-slavery sentiment in the free states."
Alabama, following suit on January 11th,
A sectional party known as the Black Republican Party
and they mean black in a racial sense,
has in the recent election elected Abraham Lincoln to the office of president upon the avowed principle that the Constitution of the United States does not recognize property in slaves, and that the government should prevent its extension into the common territories of the United States, and that the power of the government should be so exercised that slavery, in time, should be exterminated.
Georgia's report on the causes of secession, drafted on January 29th, harps on a similar theme.
This is the party to whom the people of the North have committed the government, the prohibition of slavery in the territories, hostility to it everywhere, the equality of the black and white races, disregard of all constitutional guarantees in its favor, were boldly proclaimed by its leaders and applauded by its followers.
Louisiana didn't draft a declaration when they seceded on January 26th, but the state government, fearful that they might have to fight Texas in the Civil War sure to follow, sent a diplomat named George Williamson to the Lone Star State to extensively lay out their reasons for secession and urge Texans to join them in rebellion.
The people of Louisiana would consider it a most fatal blow to African slavery if Texas should not join her destinies to theirs in a Southern Confederacy. If she remains in the Union, the abolitionists would continue their work of incendiarism and murder. Immigrant aid societies would arm with Sharps rifles predatory bands to infest her northern borders.
Williamson's words, which called to mind the horrible specter of John Brown's raid with its reference to slave insurrection and Sharps rifles, may have had an impact. Texas's declaration, drafted early in February, expounded on the idea that not only was slavery at stake, but also white supremacy.
Northern people have formed themselves into a great sectional party, now strong enough in numbers to control the affairs of each of those states, based upon the unnatural feeling of hostility to these southern states and their beneficent and patriarchal system of African slavery, proclaiming the debasing doctrine of the equality of all men, irrespective of race or color, a doctrine at war with nature, in opposition to the experience of mankind, and in violation of the plainest revelations of divine law.
Okay, Betty. I'll grant you that there is no debate that the secession of the original 7 Confederate states was to preserve the institution of slavery. Yet it is not until Lincoln calls up 75,000 volunteers to invade, yes, I said invade, those states, that Virginia, Tennessee, and North Carolina leave the Union. That's true. The Upper South stayed on the...
Yeah, and when Confederates fired on Union troops, that was a declaration of war. It's like, I said this on Twitter to some dumb fuck the other day, right? Like, there's like a big thing in Florida where like, they're like, oh, the Russians have warships off the coast of Florida and Cuba. And I'm like, yeah, cool. Don't care. We have 11 carrier fleets that can fucking wipe out the entire surface fleet of the Soviet Navy in like a day. And they're like, well, and then they just nuke our fleets. And I'm like, well, yeah, but they'd have to fire on us first. And this is where we get to in that argument, right? Like, if you don't shoot at somebody, then you're not at war. If you shoot first, that's your own ass.
Offense for a long time during the secession crisis, and it's not hard to see why. If they left the Union, the northernmost slaveholding states would certainly be hit hardest by the subsequent war. So it made sense that they would hold out for a compromise as long as possible. So we agree. Slavery was not the sole cause for secession. No, I never said that. The prospect of abolition and racial equality terrified the whites of the Upper South just as desperately as it did those of the Deep South. Then why were there slaveholding states in the Union during and after the Civil War? Because despite the apocalyptic prognostications of the planter class, Lincoln didn't actually want to get rid of slavery in 1860. I mean, haven't you told me that once or twice when you're trying to take Lincoln's reputation as the great emancipator down a peg? But all the slave states of the Upper South, even the border states that ended up staying in the Union, were sharply divided on the issue of secession. In some states, the fire eaters got their way. In others, the Unionists won out. Plus, the Upper South had a lower population of slaves and one as economically dependent on the institution. That's where your emancipationist historiography falls flat, Billy. It's all about money at the end of the day. Even with slavery, it leads back to the dollar bill, y'all.
Yes. mostly because trade in the Deep South had a lot to do with England, and that had a lot to do with cotton, and that was directly related to slavery.
Economics are a big part of it, for sure. But one aspect that's gone critically overlooked is just how enormous a role white supremacy.
Yeah, the white supremacy was a part of it. Also, white supremacy was also a big part of the Deep South in terms of slavery and how economics worked in the South. And people talk about Thomas Jefferson as though he was like this like great scion of Americana. And he himself, like if we're being fair, you can go to his home today and take a slave tour of his property, and he tries everything he can. Thomas Jefferson himself tries everything he can, e- e- everything he can possibly do to hide the fact that he is a slaveholder. In Monticello, where Heather Heyer was killed by white supremacists fucking 4 years ago. Yeah. Yeah, we know. There's a lot of shit that goes down. And I don't expect everyone or anyone or most people to actually listen to me, because most people won't, because I'm like the tiniest of all people who will ever talk about this. But like Thomas Jefferson had a mistress in a secret room who could not say no to him. She was a fucking slave. Okay? Let's be clear. Thomas Jefferson never freed his slaves. He like the like Thomas Jefferson wanted to do the thing. Yeah, but he didn't. He never did. He never did. Washington did. Lee did. Grant did. Clay did. Thomas Jefferson never freed his own slaves. If he was so convicted, if Thomas Jefferson was so convicted about freeing his slaves, why did he never do it? Come on. Okay. This is gonna get funny.
Played in all this. When the Upper South was still waffling, the states of the Deep South sent commissioners up north to try to convince their sister slave states to join their newfound confederacy. The commissioners were well aware of the Upper South's political pressure points, and in their letters and speeches, they didn't focus on the economics of slavery. Instead, their pleas placed the preservation of racial hierarchy front and center. As John Smith Preston, South Carolina's commissioner to Virginia, announced to a packed house in Richmond in a speech that February,
"For nearly 30 years, the people of the non-slaveholding states have assailed the institution of African slavery in every form in which our political connection with them permitted them to approach it. During all that period, large masses of abolitionists, maddened by the intoxication of the wildest fanaticism, have associated with the avowed purpose of effecting the abolition of slavery by the most fearful means which can be suggested to a subject race, namely the annihilation of its people by servile insurrection. Southern civilization cannot exist without African slavery. Destroy involuntary labor, and Anglo-Saxon civilization must be remitted to the latitudes whence it sprung."
Preston's speech was frequently interrupted by waves of applause and was widely praised by local newspapers, one of which reported that at one point the whole audience was in tears. Stephen Hale, Alabama's commissioner to Kentucky, left absolutely no room for ambiguity in his letter to Governor Beriah McGuffin.
"The triumph of the Republican Party destroys the property of the South, lays waste her fields, and inaugurates all the horrors of a San Domingo's servile insurrection, consigning her citizens to assassinations and her wives and daughters to pollution and violation to gratify the lust of half-civilized Africans. The slaveholder and non-slaveholder must ultimately share the same fate. All be degraded to a position of equality with free Negroes, stand side by side with them at the polls, and fraternize in all the social relations of life. Who can look upon such a picture without a shudder? What Southern man, be he slaveholder or non-slaveholder, can without indignation and horror contemplate the triumph of Negro equality?"
White supremacy enforced by violent enslavement was so integral to the cultural fabric of the American South, so taken for granted as natural, necessary, and normal by nearly its entire white population, that Mississippi Commissioner William Harris spoke for many when he said,
"Mississippi had rather see the last of her race, men, women, and children, immolated in one common funeral pyre, than to see them subjected to the degradation of civil, political, and social equality with the Negro race."
So what kind of effect did the commissioner's overtures and the broader zeitgeist of white supremacist fervor have on the states of the Upper South? Well, we only need to look at their declarations of secession to find out.
Watch the NBA Finals live, beginning June.
I'm good.
Virginia was finally forced to choose a side after South Carolina militia fired on Fort Sumter in April 1861. Just days earlier, the state's secession convention had declared that,
"Whereas African slavery is a vital part of the social system of the states wherein it exists, and as that form of servitude existed when the Union was formed, and the jurisdiction of the several states over it within their respective limits was recognized by the Constitution, any interference to its prejudice by the federal authority, or by the authorities of other states, or by the people thereof, is in derogation from plain right, contrary to the Constitution, offensive and dangerous."
That seems to me like an argument ultimately stemming from states' rights. I would argue that it's more of a reflection of the Southern rights nationalism we talked about in episode 8, but yeah, Virginia was on the whole much more moderate. There you had lots of influential pro-slavery unionists like your boy Bobby Lee, who in 1860 believed that preserving slavery from outside interference was absolutely essential, but decried the Deep South's actions as illegal and revolutionary. Virginia's delegates on the secession convention were shrewd politicians. They knew that white supremacist fear-mongering alone wasn't enough to win over the moderates, but a strong argument made for the constitutionality of secession just might. On May 6th, Arkansas, which had been vainly attempting all winter and spring to broker a compromise, finally took the plunge and declared independence. Its secession convention had already written a document explaining their reasons.
People of the northern states have organized a political party, purely sectional, in character, the central and controlling idea of which is hostility to the institution of African slavery. They have, in disregard of their constitutional obligation, obstructed the faithful execution of the fugitive slave laws by enactments of their state legislatures. They have degraded American citizens by placing them upon an equality with Negroes.
Like Virginia, North Carolina also had strong Unionist sentiments, especially in the mountainous western part of the state, where the terrain made large-scale plantation slavery impossible. After the attack on Fort Sumter, Governor John Ellis finally called a secession convention with the following proclamation. It is nearly unique among secession documents in that it makes no mention of slavery directly.
I am informed that Abraham Lincoln has made a call for 75,000 men to be employed for the invasion of the peaceful homes of the South. United action in defense of the sovereignty of North Carolina and of the rights of the South becomes now the duty of all.
Tennessee had a large population of Appalachian Unionists too, but their secession...
What's wild here, right? Let me, this portion of South Carolina, right here, which is super Trumpy right now, was at that time called the Dark Corner, because they were so sovereign citizen that they were like, fuck everybody. And they didn't want to, like right here. Right here. This is the dark corner of South Carolina. I know these people. It's wild as to like how fucking anti-establishment these people still are. And they're still like kind of out there in their political views. Like they're very Trumpy. They're very Trumpy for no fucking reason, because they don't like actually know where their bread's actually buttered. I used to live like here. Like right here. Most of my family is from here, here, and here. I have plenty of family also from this area. My daughter grew up right here. Right here. Um, I I don't understand the bullshit. I just don't. Like, I get why people here are like, yeah, like Jesus. And I'm like, okay, yeah, but Jesus hasn't fucking helped you at all.
Documents were far more radical. A month before they officially seceded, the state legislature issued a public address to its citizens, declaring their intention to do so.
Tennessee has taken her position and has proudly determined to throw her banners to the breeze and will give her strength to the sacred cause of freedom for the white man of the South.
Sir, I'm afraid that you are confusing the causes of war with the cause of secession. The two are linked, but not the same. Secession may have been about slavery, but the decision to inaugurate war was entirely Lincoln's. The Federals could have just let the South peaceably go. Johnny, buddy, you're my brother and I love you, but that's incredibly fucking naive. Nation-states will always act in the interests of self-preservation if it's at all within their power to do so. Even cute, cuddly democratic ones with inspiring quotes about liberty and justice for all printed in their passports. But it doesn't have to be that way. I'm with you, man, and look, I'm not trying to make a moral judgment about it or be cynical here, but that's kind of just the way the cookie crumbles. And when you look at the circumstances of the secession crisis, it's hard to imagine Lincoln acting in any other way than he did. The balkanization of America was a truly existential threat to the federal government. Prominent Confederates were very open about their plans to eclipse the United States as a continental power. Secession was such a severe blow to national pride, such an egregious insult to the federal government's efficacy and credibility, that it demanded an equally drastic response. But there were people at the time, North and South, who criticized Lincoln's call for troops and believed that the whole thing could be resolved peacefully. I would argue that even in the context of the time, and without the benefit of hindsight, these people had delusions of constitutional grandeur. Everybody with their head on straight in 1860 and 61 knew that secession would be an armed conflict of some kind. They knew it. And for the fire eaters of the South, a civil war was a far lesser calamity when compared to the prospect of racial equality. They believed the explicitly white supremacist Herrenvolk democracy of the new Confederacy was well worth fighting for. The most famous evangelist of this new vision of American government in 1861 was, ironically, a man who had up until then been a staunch Unionist, Confederate Vice President Alexander Stephens. On March 21st, 1861, a crowd of 2,000 people gathered in the Athenaeum Theater in Savannah, Georgia, to hear Stephens speak about the core principles of the fledgling Confederacy. He had only just returned home to Georgia after attending the Confederate Constitutional Convention in Montgomery, Alabama, wherein he had played a major role. Mounting the stage to a thunderous applause, he said,
Everyone deserves the fastest, most reliable internet speeds, regardless of where they live. With Spectrum Internet, you can power all of your devices to enjoy.
We are in the midst of one of the greatest epochs of our history. The last 90 days will mark one of the most memorable eras in the history of modern civilization. Many governments have been founded on the principles of subordination and serfdom of certain classes of the same race. Such were and are in violation of nature's laws. Our system commits no such violation. With us, the white race, however high or low, rich or poor, are equal in the eyes of the law. Not so with the Negro. Subordination is his place.
I suspected the Cornerstone speech would rear its ugly head at some point in this episode. Are you going to conveniently leave out the part where Stephens talks about tariffs? Yeah, he's got a few tariff zingers in there, which is also kind of ironic because he was in favor of protectionism for most of his political career. Like we've talked about before, protectionist tariffs didn't do the South any favors. Doesn't change the fact that slavery was the reason for secession. Yeah, but all that racist stuff was just like Alexander Stephens' opinion, man. It's not like he was speaking for every Confederate ever. How is this an outlying opinion after all the other quotes that I've just shown you? Stephens had his finger on the pulse of the white South and he knew it. But what you Yankees fail to mention was that the Cornerstone speech was improvised. The Vice President did not have prepared remarks that evening. No, but he had given near identical speeches a number of times in the weeks prior, namely in Atlanta and Augusta, where he used the same white supremacist rhetoric and was met with the same enthusiastic reception. Okay, but I heard that President Davis was dismayed at the lack of political tact exhibited by his vice president. To Davis's amazement, Stephens bypassed the all-important constitutional guarantee of state rights and emphasized the institution of slavery. Could anything, he wondered, have been more calculated to damage the Confederate cause, both in the North and abroad, than his vice president's unfortunate speech? Yeah, I've heard that rumor too. Trouble is there's no primary source documentation to prove it, and as far as I can tell, it was made up in the 1950s. Do you have one?
What?
Do you have any primary source documentation to back up what you're saying there, bud?
No. No, I guess not.
And if it did bother Davis when Confederate politicians speechified in defense of slavery, then he sure didn't practice what he preached. Just a few weeks later, Davis gave an address to the Confederate Congress in which he said,
"The Republican Party seeks not to promote the general welfare or ensure domestic tranquility, but to awaken the bitterest hatred against the citizens of sister states by violent denunciations of their institutions. In moral and social condition, the African slaves have been elevated from brutal savages into docile, intelligent, and civilized agricultural laborers, and supplied not only with bodily comforts, but with careful religious instruction. Under the supervision of a superior race, their labor has been so directed as not only to allow a gradual and marked amelioration of their own condition, but to convert hundreds of thousands of square miles of the wilderness into cultivated lands, covered with a prosperous people."
Johnny, my dear friend, in the Cornerstone speech, Alexander Stephens revealed what lay at the heart of the Confederate experiment. In the words of historian Charles Dew, the absolute conviction that the abolition of slavery would either plunge the South into a race war or so stain the blood of the white race that it would be contaminated for all time. The slave republic of the Confederate States would emulate the revolutionary struggle of the Founding Fathers, but fix what they believed had been their biggest mistake. As Stephens put it,
"The prevailing ideas of the old Constitution were that the enslavement of the African was in violation of the laws of nature, that it was wrong in principle, socially, morally, and politically. Those ideas, however, were fundamentally wrong. They rested upon the assumption of the equality of races. This was an error. Our new government is founded..."
Yeah, where are we going wrong, chat? Oh, no.
Upon exactly the opposite
No,
idea. Its
we're
foundations
correct.
are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, subordination to the superior race, is his natural and moral condition.
look, man, I'm running out of ways to say it here. The Civil War was caused by slavery. It was. Are you finally ready to accept that truth?
Get him out of here! Please don't go with him. The president doesn't want his prize damaged. You're taking him, you bastard, to be with his own. I'll show you both. No! No!
Where are you taking me? Please don't hurt me, boy. Don't hurt me, please. I'll do anything. Please. I'll do anything. Just don't hurt me.
Stop your sniveling, soldier. You are a man of the Southern Confederacy. Comport yourself as such. This is the powerful ally which you spoke of.
It is, mein President. Forgive his weakness. The enemy has filled his mind with dangerous notions. It is nothing that cannot be corrected, given time and attention.
Rise. Tell me, soldier, what has that little blue friend of yours been telling you?
that the Civil War was fought over slavery, that the Confederacy tried to destroy America for the worst reasons possible, that we were wrong.
Well, if slavery is wrong, baby, I don't want to be right. Your friend is correct. We did secede because we wanted to keep slavery. And you know what? Slavery is fucking great.
No, it's evil, selfish, cruel.
You'll see. You and the whole white race. I don't know what you're missing. Don't you want to be on top? In control? Of course you do. Once we've completed our conquest, I'll open the markets back up. In New Orleans, Charleston, hell, even Washington, D.C. Do you really think those latte-sipping white liberals will stick to their self-righteous virtue signaling once they've gotten a taste of power? Real power! No. They'll be lining up just to shake my hand and thank me.
Come on, Jenny. You're a good old rebel, ain't you?
I don't. It is pointless to resist, my friend. You are one of us. You always have been. Take your place at our side, and together we will do great things.
War is now inevitable.
We must strike while we have the advantage.
Good. You're awake.
Where am I?
Welcome to the world headquarters of the 20th Maine Infantry Regiment.
Friendly soldiers. Thank God. Listen, there's something freaky going on. The dead walk the earth. They took my friend. We gotta go in there. Guns blazing.
Lay down, sir. You've been injured. You need to rest.
You guys got ammunition? Weapons?
Of course. Well, not like live rounds. That would. I think I should clarify a bit. We're not soldiers in the traditional sense. We're more living historians. Or we prefer to be called experimental archaeologists.
You guys are reenactors?
We are, and we take it very seriously. We're all about respecting the men that we're interpreting, but we're not like intense about it. We're not those reenactors. We're actually very chill. I'm Josh. I'm the colonel of this regiment.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, we all know who you are. We're huge Checkmate Lincolnites fans here. Oh. I think you should do an episode on Reconstruction. I've got this John Brown didn't do anything wrong t-shirt that I love to wear around my uncle because he's kind of a heritage, not hate kind of guy. You know, I'm sorry, I sound stupid.
Oh, Josh, honey, I didn't realize you were here with your little friends. Would you like some treats? Lemon squares, you love those.
Not now, Mommy.
You sure?
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
Well, that's great. It was lovely to meet all of you. I gotta go. My friend got kidnapped by a Sam Raimi movie, and I'm gonna go get him back.
With all due respect, sir, I don't think that that's gonna be a good idea.
A skeleton army of undead Confederates led by the resurrected mummy of President Jefferson Davis rampaged across the southeastern United States today with the stated intention of, quote, restoring the white race to its former glory in the Cotton States, leaving the markets in absolute chaos. Oh, and also thousands of people are dead, apparently, as we learned from this Atlanta woman who has been hiding from the skeletons in, get this, her bathroom. Her hilarious videos pleading for someone to come rescue her and her family have since gone viral on TikTok, with the whole internet calling, quote, bathroom girl the lolcow of the summer. And she's joining us on the program today. Bathroom Girl, welcome to the show.
Please help us. They're right outside. They don't sleep. They've already killed my parents.
I'm going to have to cut you off. Okay, that's enough. I think we need to hear from the other side of this issue. Joining us as well is Oberfuhrer Klaus, the necromancer who actually resurrected the army of the dead and unleashed them upon America. Klaus, thanks for joining us today. What do you think of what Bathroom Girl here just said?
Well, this is just so typical of the left. Always playing the victim. I mean, what's next? It's resisting the skeleton army today, then transgender marriage tomorrow. Where does it end?
Wow, that's a really good point.
That's a really good point, my lord.
Yes, excuse me, my lord. 1,000 apologies.
Why are you giving this guy airtime? He is clearly a Nazi.
Ah, there it is. Everyone you disagree with is a Nazi. Is that it? David, I think your audience is smart enough to see this for the deep state psyop that it is.
No, look at what he's wearing.
Look what he's wearing? How would you feel if our genders were reversed and you said that to me?
Oh boy.
The mummy of President Davis will stop at nothing.
We're watching funny
Once
shit.
that's accomplished, Oberfuhrer Klaus will doubtless use the power of the sword of Baron
Trust me.
to engulf the world in chaos, bending humanity to his
Trust me, Prof.
unspeakable will. And as far as time-traveling Nazi warlocks go, Klaus is up there. I mean, he is the big one. But he's not invincible. There is one man who might be able to destroy him.
Of course. Episode 4. The highly problematic Puritan man who exorcised Johnny Reb.
His name is the Witchfinder General of the colony of Massachusetts Bay.
That's his name?
Yeah. Come with me. I've got something to show you. Theoretical physics.
Trust me.
With interdimensional travel?
Trust
Just
me
the
on
basics,
this
you
one.
know? It's multiple universes, multiple versions of me and you, etc.
Precisely. There are quadrillions of versions of our Oberfuhrer Klaus across the multiverse. Some got picked up by Operation Paperclip. Others killed themselves on Joe Rogan. Some got their faces melted off by a meaningless plastic YouTube award.
Yeah, well, that all sounds very plausible.
But our Klaus is not like the others. Our Klaus is much, much more powerful. Sometime in the 1930s, our
they
Klaus was
do
dabbling in the
got
occult.
picked up on Joe
He
Rogan.
came across the secret to some dark cosmic magic. What he found and what he did with it, we don't know. But what we do know is he obtained godlike powers, immortality, sorcery, the ability to travel through time and dimensions at will.
Great.
But what he doesn't know is he's not the only one in the multiverse with the ability to travel through worlds. An interdimensional and time travel portal.
Oh.
Achieved not through the darkness of the occult, but through the light of the scientific method.
Is this safe?
Well, of course it is. It's just a prototype, but with the right calculations and a little elbow grease, I've managed to open a wormhole to the colony of Massachusetts Bay in the year 1692. There, you'll find the one man who can help us banish this evil forever.
Wait, I'm sorry. Me? As in by myself?
Yep.
See you in a bit.
Witchfinder General, I need your help.
Return to hellfire, blasted shade. Thou wilt not deceive me as thou didst King Sal.
Whoa, man, take it easy. Look, I'm not a demon, okay? I'm from the future.
The theatre, the kingdom of God is at hand. The Lord shall return in a matter of months, I expect. The race and satanical happenings in Salem hath all but confirmed it.
No, man, look, the world isn't ending because you killed innocent people and kicked off a really tacky tourist industry, okay? I'm telling you, the dead are coming back to life in the year 2024.
Then answer me this. Who is the most popular playwright in 2024?
I don't know, maybe William Shakespeare?
William Shakespeare? The actor? My fleshy casement seems real enough.
I wonder if it blades.
No.
I have of late suffered from terrible dreams. Wondrous and most strange.
Oh.
I wake screaming in the
Prop,
night.
you
and in my mind's
can
eye,
cover whatever
I
you
see
want.
that face. Somehow I missed it because I popped off to the kitchen to get a beer. But in episode 4 of my web series, you faced off against this guy, Klaus, and you defeated him. Now he's back, and he's more dangerous than ever, and you might be the only being in the multiverse capable of stopping once and
There's
for
a
all.
lot of funny
He's like a
coming
a
up.
Nazi, but he's much more than that. He's inhuman. He's like some kind of demon. A demon of the pit. Very well, Theater man.
Oh, well.
We shall fight alongside thee.
That's a whole thing.
This
Working
blade hath thirsted
third
on the blood
shift.
of many a cavalier soldier. Oh wow, badass. And many Indian savages. See, that I don't like.
Excellent. But all the woke history books of the war for Southern independence are finally burnt to ashes. The truth will at last prevail.
Indeed, mein President. However, I have been meaning to tell you for some time
Yeah,
now.
you
There is this new thing
you
called the
would
internet.
be
With the internet, a foul Jewish-controlled woke historian needs
actually
no book to spread his anti-white ideas. Instead, he can
I-
broadcast
I-
messages all the way across town.
Then bring me this internet.
this brings the funny.
An ingenious notion, mein President. But if I may be
Very
so bold
well.
as to suggest, this internet is a tool we can use to our advantage. I myself am a major shareholder in Meta, Alphabet, and of course my beloved X. Allow me to contact some of my friends in Silicon Valley. I have no doubt we can come to some sort of arrangements.
That's mighty white of you, Oberfuhrer Klaus. As you please, then.
It shall be done, mein President. Why, yes, hello, Mark. Remember how you were asking me how it is I have not aged in 70 years? Would you like to know my secret? And no, it isn't just face cream.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here's the situation. The Army of the Confederate Dead have burned every library of Civil War books in America. That's all except for one. The museum archives at the Gettysburg National Military Park.
That'll be their final objective. That is where we make our stand.
I have news, sir.
What is it?
Just received word. Klaus has taken control of the internet.
God help us.
Another show.
There's an incredibly funny shit
Must have
happening.
scrubbed it from the servers.
No! It's like someone stabbed the Mona Lisa!
The greatest work of art that the world has ever seen. Just gone?
Anybody got a smoke?
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's incredible.
Say, Klaus, any news of old Billy Yank? Old Billy boy?
Yeah, he is up there in those hills with his Untermensches, race traitors and degenerates, attempting to make a futile final stand against the unstoppable might of our army.
Sure wish I could see him again. Haven't seen him since before the war. Never thought it would last this long.
What, 3 days?
Last time we saw each other, we were debating the Cornerstone speech and the declarations of secession before we all went off to fight against each other. Old friends off to war. The soldiers farewell. Goodbye. Good luck. See you in hell.
Listen, how long is this going to take? I'm quite busy shit posting on AR15.com.
Billy was like a brother to me, remember? Last night we saw each other. It was getting late in the evening. Then things got a little rough. Skeletons broke in, violently took me prisoner, and well, there were a lot of tears. I ain't seen him since. But one of these days, I will see him, I'm afraid. Across that small, deadly space. I thought about sitting this one out, but that wouldn't feel right. I've got to do my duty as a soldier. Thanks, Klaus. I needed to get that off my chest.
Sorry, what?
House.
Johnny, prepare the men.
Ja, mein President. Men of the Southland. A new power is rising. Its victory is at hand. Tonight, the land will be stained with the blood of Yankees. March to Little Round Top. Leave none alive. To war!
Skeleton Army is positioned just below us. The Library of the National Archives just behind. If they want to get to it, they're going to have to get through us. God.
Oh, God.
Listen to that ungodly rebel yell. Drink?
Please. You know, sometimes I don't know how long I've been in this war. 3 days or 3 lifetimes. Do you recall a story from antiquity of 2 men so close they could be brothers? Men who spent years debating the fine points of Civil War history with one another. Men who went dancing in the city and modeled underwear for each other, by some twist of fate finding themselves on opposite sides in a great war involving a skeleton army and a time-traveling Nazi, and then on a given night finding themselves on opposite sides on the very same battlefield?
Well, if the later seasons of Game of Thrones did not tell such a story, certainly Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny did.
Earlier tonight, when I looked through my glass and saw the fluttering colors of the army of the Confederate dead just across the battlefield there, it was as if I could still hear his borderline offensive voice, see his certifiably wide eyes. Johnny Reb commands one of Davis's brigades, and he's out there for sure. I thought this day would never come.
Colonel!
Oh, here it comes.
This is where I'm placing you, Billy.
Sir, you're the end of the line.
Yes.
This is the far left of the Union line. You can't get any farther left than this.
What about them?
Don't worry about them and do your job, soldier. Understood. Now we see how micro-celebrities fight.
What do you think about the Antifa? Oh. Don't worry about them. Okay. It's so good. It's so good.
Would you care to do the honors?
With pleasure, my president. General Lee?
Yes, sir!
It is time to do your favorite thing. A full frontal infantry attack.
We'll do infantry! Forward!
Pour it into him, boy!
Steady!
Fire away!
My president, the infantry is taking heavy fire. Shall I send in the cavalry?
And waste my horses? No. Send in the Irishmen. They come cheaper.
At once, my president. Send them in!
That's the Irish. What are those boys doing fighting in the skeleton army? They know we're fighting for truth and for equality. Have they learned nothing at all at the hands of the English?
These brave Irishmen, they're our great-great-grandpappies. They've been misled to their fates.
Go to hell! Go to hell and damnation!
That's fucking Kevin Smith. That's so cool. No. Let's back up. Oh, yes, that's fair, Kevin Smith. That's Dante. Oh, holy shit, man. That's very cool. That's so, like, fucking cool.
That we should grow too fond of it.
Hey, Lee! Eat shit!
Gentlemen, we've run through all our powder and bottle.
If they break through, Civil War history will be lost forever.
Well, we can't run away, and if we stay here, we can't shoot.
So let's charge.
Did you just say charge? Yes, but here's what we do. We charge swinging down the hill. We swing like a door. You understand?
Aye.
All right. Josh, you take the right. Witchfinder, you're in the center. Antifa Super Soldier, the extreme left.
Exactly. Now move.
Antifa Super Soldier, you're on the extreme left.
What did you just say, bayonets? What do you think, we're made of money? Those are like easily like $90 each.
Fuck it, just grab whatever you can.
Attack, men! Attack! Let's see out the world be upon
Hark, devil witch band. My blade hungers for thy flesh, and it shall not be denied.
No, no! The battle is lost! Billy, go to the library and save as much as you can. Go! Get out of here! You're too beautiful to die! Get out of here! Get out of here!
I never thought I'd die fighting side by side with someone wearing the uniform of a settler colonial state. Well, how about dying side by side with a friend? I could do that.
You are too late, Witchfinder. The armies of darkness shall be triumphant, and you, my friend, will die. Witchfinder. Witchfinder General.
My Lord Jesus, am I slain?
No, Witchfinder. I have come to give you a gift in this, your time of greatest need, as a reward for all the good work you have done, murdering women in my name. Do not lose faith now, my young apprentice. Take up your sword and fight.
But my blade was broken.
Have faith, Padawan. Have faith.
No, it's not possible. Through God, all things are possible. At last we meet. Such a shame our acquaintance must be so brief.
Johnny, buddy, come on, man, don't do this. This isn't you. I'm a Southern soldier. I've got to do my duty.
Accept it, Billy. He belongs to me. You have lost.
You know,
You and I are not so different, Witchfinder. I sense the darkness in you, the thirst for blood.
I am a creator of light, made in the image of the Lord our God.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you have murdered a lot of innocent women, so just objectively speaking, you're a huge asshole.
I shall accept no judgment from a demon of the pit.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I mean, no judgment from me. I love it. I think it's hilarious. Oh, imagine the things we could accomplish together in this new world that the mummy of Jefferson Davis and I will build. We could turn Boston into the greatest city the world has ever seen, under a godly and strong theocratic government.
Tempt me as thou wilt. I would ne'er join with thee, thou devil.
Very well. If Boston will not be the metropolitan hub of New England in this new world order, then perhaps Providence will. No! Oh, Scheiße.
Before I kill you, know that slaves will bury you in an unmarked grave. You and your false version of history will be utterly forgotten.
I give your new Confederacy 4 years. Tops.
Four years. Tops. Let's get beyond this bullshit.
Go to hell and take your friends with you.
Let's be fair. Let's make it 4 years tops.
Want to say a few words? I think not. Thy friend was a grave sinner and is most certainly in hell.
Hey, Witchfinder, fuck off.
As God is my witness, as God is my witness, I'll never be taken for a fool again. As God is my witness, I'll never be fooled again.
let's talk about it. Here, here's some wild, crazy shit. What's wild? Ronald Reagan is not a communist. What the fuck are we doing here?
Northeastern is empowering me to make an impact in environmental policy, even though I'm
All
still in
right.
classes and haven't graduated yet.
At Northeastern,
Yeah,
my
don't
job-
care.
And the majority of the comments go back and forth between you are being way too generous to Candace Owens and to PragerU, and you're an idiot. Why are you so hard on PragerU and Candace Owens? Not a lot in between. And the funny thing is they kind of tend to come back to back, so I can look at the comments at any given time, and one of them hates me for the way I reacted, and one of them thinks I'm being way too nice for the way I reacted, and it goes back and forth like that. So with all of that said, we're gonna check out another one of their videos. This one's called Was the Civil War About Slavery? I'll put the link down in the description if you want to check it out without my commentary. It's only 6 minutes long, and it's a West Point professor, so I'm hoping for
This is
a pretty
a
accurate
legit
telling of what the Civil War was about.
actual
Now, I recognize that being someone who's
historian
politically conservative,
talking
I
about
probably came into that PragerU video in my desire to want to be as unbiased as possible. I was probably overly biased against it. I probably overcompensated. I recognize that. So I'm going to try to be a little more measured this time around. We'll see how successful I am with that. Big shout out to Austin in Leland, Mississippi, and Ethan, and I know I'm going to butcher the name of your town, Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin. Please tell me if I got that right, and if I didn't, tell me how it's supposed to be pronounced. Thank you guys for your support on Patreon. Let's dive into this one.
Let's not
Was the American
support
Civil War fought because of slavery?
historians.
More than 150 years later, this remains a controversial question. Why? Because many people don't want to believe that the citizens of the southern states were willing to fight and die to preserve a morally repugnant institution.
Now, I'll say right off the bat, and I don't want to jump too much ahead of the game here a little bit, but let's recognize that in any war, the war aims of the opposing sides may be different, and the reason that men enlist to fight in that war, if they choose to enlist rather than being drafted, sometimes are different from one man to the next, and sometimes are very different from what they enlisted for versus what their government is fighting
you're
for.
also
So I think a lot of times the controversy comes in because we are looking at what individual soldiers did or what one side did versus what the other one did.
There has to be another reason, we are told. Well, there isn't. The evidence is clear and overwhelming. Slavery was, by a wide margin, the single most important cause of the Civil War for both sides. Before the presidential election of 1860, a South Carolina newspaper warned that the issue before the country was the extinction of slavery and called on all...
And why did they think that? Because a lot of people ask that question, why did South Carolina begin this process of the Deep South or the Cotton States seceding if Abraham Lincoln was very clear in running for president that he was not interested in abolishing slavery? Well, he just knew he didn't have that authority, and he knew that wasn't going to happen. Well, the reason that they said that the issue was the extinction of slavery is because all throughout the U.S. history at that point, the 80 years or so that the United States has existed, there has been this delicate balance of power between free state and slave state. And that's why you have things like the Compromise of 1850 and the Missouri Compromise. And typically up until the last decade before the Civil War, free states and slave states had been admitted to the Union in about equal numbers because that kept that balance of power in the Senate. Well, that has changed now, and South Carolina and these other Deep South states see the election of a Republican president, the very first time a Republican has been elected president, as the first domino to fall toward the extinction of slavery. No, Abraham Lincoln wasn't going to abolish slavery, but the Republicans taking power in Washington meant that slavery was no longer going to be spread to the territories. That was their policy. And without spreading to new territories, as new free states were admitted, that necessarily meant the eventual extinction of slavery. And so they're preempting that by seceding.
Were not prepared to surrender the institution to act. Shortly after Abraham Lincoln's victory, they did. The secession documents of every Southern state made clear, crystal clear, that they were leaving the Union in order to protect their peculiar institution of slavery.
Now, I will say this, that some of the southern states like Virginia, North Carolina, Arkansas, Tennessee, they did not secede until after the events of Fort Sumter and Lincoln calling for 75,000 volunteers to help quell the rebellion. So you can make the argument that Lincoln's actions in calling up militia to invade the South, that's what pushed them over the edge. But that doesn't mean that slavery wasn't a factor for them as well.
Phrase that at the time meant the thing special to them. The vote to secede was 169-0 in South Carolina, 166-7 in Texas, 84-15 in Mississippi. In no Southern state was the vote close. Alexander Stephens of Georgia, the Confederacy's vice president, clearly articulated the views of the South in March.
And he was elected to the U.S. Congress after the Civil War was over.
March 1861. Our new government, he said, was founded on slavery. Its foundations are laid. Its cornerstone rests upon the great truth that the Negro is not equal to the white man, that slavery, submission to the superior race, is his natural and normal condition.
And this is what's known as the cornerstone speech. And this is usually the first place people point to when they're talking about this. And again, I want to reiterate that I think part of the issue here is the argument of why was the war fought versus why did these states secede. There is no argument about why these states seceded, especially the Deep South, South Carolina, Florida, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. these states absolutely 100% seceded because of the issue of slavery. There is no debate about that. The debate comes in about why was the war fought.
Yet despite the evidence, many continue to argue that other factors superseded slavery as the cause of the Civil War. Some argue that the South only wanted to protect states' rights. But
Right
this
to what?
raises an obvious question. The states' rights to what? Wasn't it to maintain and spread slavery?
And all of their secession documents say exactly that. They will make the states' rights argument, but they make it in the context of slavery. And they specifically say that slavery is the constitutional issue at play.
Moreover, states' rights was not an exclusive Southern issue. All the states, North and South, sought to protect their rights. Sometimes they petitioned the federal government. Sometimes they quarreled with each other.
Now, part of this goes back to the foundation of the country, right? In the early days of the country, when we're operating under the Articles of Confederation, which was a much looser connection, it was really basically that the state was sovereign and that they were kind of in this loose confederation, this kind of almost like an alliance type of thing with a very weak central government above them. Well, a lot of people recognized this wasn't working, so they passed the Constitution to make a much stronger central government. People forget that. People love to argue that being for the Constitution means you're for states' rights. Well, the Constitution was passed to make a stronger central government. And most of the opposition to that was in the South, in particular in places like Virginia. And so from the very beginning, there had always been a divide between North and South when it came to how much power should the federal government have versus how much power should the states have. And I think part of that, too, is not only because of the slavery issue, but also because of just factors of immigration. South is very heavily settled by Scots-Irish folks, and that's true to this day. If you have roots in the South, you tend, especially in like Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, you're going to have pretty strong Scots-Irish roots. And that idea of Scots-Irish is one I've talked about in other times. I won't get into it again. But so they tended to be much more about local and state freedom than strong central government, because the Scottish and the Irish had seen what happened when there was a strong government in London that kind of lorded itself over Scotland and Ireland. So they brought that with them to America.
In fact, Mississippians complained that New York had too strong a concept of states' rights because it would not allow Delta planters to bring their slaves to Manhattan. The South was preoccupied.
So even then, their argument about states' rights, whether for or against, came down to the issue of slavery. They were perfectly fine in arguing against states' rights when it came to a state's right to oppose their freedom when it came to their slaves, right? Same thing's true with the fugitive slave laws. If Ohio said, we are declaring that if a escaped enslaved person makes it into Ohio, that we're going to protect their right to freedom, the southern states would say, no, you need to give us the right to come in and get our property back. Well, that was opposing the states' rights of Ohio to do that.
With states' rights because it was preoccupied first and foremost with retaining slavery.
100%.
Some argue that the cause of the war was economic. The North was industrial and the South agrarian. And so the two lived in such economically different societies that they could no longer stay together.
Let's acknowledge right here that while slavery was exclusive to the South at this point, although we should argue that we should be reminded here that Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, Delaware all have legal slavery but remained in the Union. The North did benefit from the institution of slavery. The cheap labor costs, really very little labor costs, just feeding and housing, in order to produce things like cotton, benefited textile mills in the North a great deal. So the entire country did benefit from the institution of slavery.
Not true. In the middle of the 19th century, both North and South were agrarian societies. In fact, The North produced far more food crops than did the South. But
That's
northern
true
farmers
because
had to.
the South produced cash crops primarily, cotton, tobacco. These aren't food. These are crops that translate into money.
Pay their farm hands, who were free to come and go as they pleased, while Southern plantation owners exploited slaves over whom they had total control. And it wasn't just plantation owners who supported slavery. The slave society was embraced by all classes in the South. The rich had multiple motivations for wanting to maintain slavery, but so did the poor, non-slaveholding whites. The peculiar institution ensured that they did not fall to the bottom rung of the social ladder.
And it also meant that there wasn't competition for jobs. And that was something that was an issue in the North as well. There were people in the North who were morally opposed to slavery, but still weren't abolitionists, and some of them in part because they saw 4 million newly freed black men and women as a threat to their society, as a threat to their jobs. They would bring in cheap labor, things like that. A lot of the same arguments that some people will make against immigration today, is that they're competing for American jobs, that kind of thing.
That's why another argument that the Civil War couldn't have been about slavery because so few people owned slaves has little merit. Finally, many have argued that President Abraham Lincoln fought the war to keep the Union together.
He did.
Not to end slavery.
He 100% did.
That was true at the outset of the war. But he did so with the clear knowledge that keeping the Union together meant either spreading slavery to all the states, an unacceptable solution, or vanquishing it altogether.
Yeah, he quotes Jesus when he says a house divided against itself cannot stand. That comes from the Bible. And he goes on to say that either we will become all one thing or all the other. We cannot forever remain half slave and half free. He recognized that. He knew it had to change at some point. And I truly believe that had Lincoln just had the dictatorial power to, with a swipe of his pen, eliminate slavery forever, he would have done it in a heartbeat from the beginning. But he was a political pragmatist, and he realized he didn't have the authority or the ability to do that. But war changes things. And as the war progressed, the elimination of slavery became a war aim. He recognized, listen, we've seen hundreds of thousands of deaths. It has to be, we have to take advantage of this, right? And this is an opportunity to eliminate slavery, to deal with it once and for all. And so once that opportunity presented itself, he did do it. But yes, at the beginning of the war, his clearly stated war aim was preservation of the Union, not slavery. And a lot of people will quote a letter he wrote, I think it was to Horace Greeley, where it was a private letter. It wasn't something he gave in a speech or anything like that, where he said, if I could restore the Union by freeing none of the slaves, I would do it. If I could restore it by freeing some and leaving others in bondage, I would do that. If I can restore it by freeing all the slaves, I would do that. My goal is the preservation of the Union.
In a famous campaign speech in 1858, Lincoln said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." What was it that divided the country? It was slavery and only slavery. He continued, "I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. It will become all one thing or all the other." Lincoln's view never changed, and as the war progressed, the moral component ending
Lincoln's
slavery
view
became more and more fixed in his mind. His Emancipation
Lincoln's
Proclamation
view
in
changed
1863
quite a bit.
turned that into law. Slavery
kind of turned it into law, and I don't want to get too deep into this because we've talked about this before in other videos. This was a war measure that probably would have very quickly been found unconstitutional by the courts when the war was over. He was using his war powers to take advantage of an opportunity to free slaves in places that were eventually conquered by his armies. Because what was happening was as these Union armies were advancing into the South in places like Mississippi, Tennessee, folks who were enslaved were taking advantage of the presence of the army to run away and to try and get protection from the Union armies. And so Lincoln had to create some way of being able to legally take these people away from slavery. And that became a way to do it. This did not free slaves in places like Kentucky or Maryland or Delaware or Missouri, where the Union was still in control. It only freed slaves, declared free people who were enslaved in places that were under Confederate government and not occupied by the Union at the time it took effect, which was January 1st, 1863.
Is the great shame of America's history. No one denies that. But it's to America's everlasting credit that it fought the most devastating war in its history in order to abolish slavery. As a soldier, I am proud that the United States Army, my Army, defeated the Confederates. In
Amen.
its finest hour, soldiers wearing this blue uniform, almost 200,000 of them former slaves themselves, destroyed chattel slavery, freed 4 million men, women, and children from.
We were doing so good, and I know he's a professor of history. 200,000 African Americans enlisted in the Union Army. They weren't all freed slaves. Some of them were free men. Some of them had been born free men. Yes, a whole lot of them were former slaves themselves, and I think that's amazing that those men fought directly to help end slavery late in the war. They probably weren't all former slaves, though.
Human bondage and saved the United States of America. I'm Colonel Ty Sigely, professor and head, Department of History at the United States Military Academy, West Point, for Prager University.
That was good. I agree with basically that entire premise. And again, it comes down to, what do we mean when we say, was the Civil War about slavery? Because secession, especially for the Deep South, absolutely about slavery.
It was about slavery.
Many of the political leaders, absolutely, it was about slavery. For folks like Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, Alexander Stephens, the vice president, many of the state governors and things like that, absolutely about slavery.
What's
For the Union,
wild
when the war began,
with
was
this
it about slavery? No.
And me
Did people
is
enlist in
I could
1861
actually
in
talk
the Union
to
because
this
they wanted
dude.
to end slavery? No, they were doing it to preserve the Union.
I could actually
Did
talk to
every
this
Confederate
dude
soldier who enlisted do that
to
because he
his
wanted
face.
to preserve slavery? No, because the vast majority of those Confederate soldiers who enlisted, that were privates and corporals and sergeants, were not slave owners. Many of them truly did enlist and fight because they believed they were protecting their rights to self-determination. 100% true. But
Yeah, and I could
is
also
there a civil war if there's no slavery? Absolutely not. Slavery was the reason people seceded. Therefore, it was the reason Lincoln felt he had to put down the rebellion. And eventually, it was the main end result of the war, was the elimination of slavery. So any other argument is just disingenuous, and I do not for the life of me understand why people fight so hard to try and argue the Civil War wasn't about slavery. I just don't understand it. So let me know your thoughts. Use the comment section below. Keep it civil, please.
the Civil War, the Civil War was 100,000%
I want to say thank
about
you to Owen in
slavery.
Evans, Georgia, and Frederick in Norway. Thank you guys so much for your support on Patreon. It is much appreciated. Have a great day, everybody.
When Google Fiber
Oh,
launched 1 gig internet,
let's
some
look
people
at
said,
this.
"What would you even do with that much speed?"
Let's look
Oh,
at
man.
this.
What
This
am I
is a
doing?
conservative.
Why am I putting myself through what I'm about to put myself through? All right, I've had a lot of people requesting that I take on some PragerU videos. So we're going to start with this one because this is the one that I've had a few friends suggest to me I should start
This
with.
is not
This is a short history of slavery.
a
Full disclosure, I have never in my life watched a PragerU video. I have seen some of my
this is a
fellow
conservative from Ohio.
reactors and content creators on YouTube, Mr. Terry.
This is a conservative pastor from Ohio talking about his shit. Mm-hmm. Like when reality checks in.
Gary and Mr. Beat and others take on these videos. And I've heard the stories of the comments that they get, so I fully expect the same thing here. So a couple of things up front before we dive into this one. Number one, totally okay for you to disagree with me, to disagree with the video, disagree strongly. You don't have to be disagreeable to do it. So say what you disagree with. Tell me why I'm wrong. It doesn't have, here's how it can look. VTH, I think you're wrong on this, and here's why. Here's how it doesn't need to look. VTH, you're a moron, and anybody who thinks that way is also a moron. There's no rational person who could think any other way than the way I think. Those are the kinds of comments that are going to get deleted or hidden, okay? So disagree, don't be disagreeable. Personal insults, things like that, not going to fly. I have no problem making liberal use of the delete button. Secondly, if you haven't already heard, I am kind of center-right politically.
Free speech.
I lean conservative. I'm not very conservative, and I'm not a Republican. I'm politically independent, but I do tend to lean conservative in my views on the issues. So I know PragerU does as well. So we'll see what happens. All right, links in the description if you want to check it out without my commentary. Here we go.
And now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people. It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown.
All right, so before we go anywhere, I think that the goal of this video is going to be to point to the fact that the chattel slavery that existed here in the United States, or in the colonies that became the United States, is not the first time slavery existed. It's not the first form of slavery that ever existed. Slavery existed for thousands of years. It exists still today. We'll probably also be reminded that the initial people who were brought over and enslaved in the New World were very often kidnapped by fellow Africans and sold into slavery. That's all true. That doesn't make it any less bad that it happened. Two wrongs don't make a right, right? So I just hope that the whole point of this video is not to try and somehow lessen the evil of slavery that existed here by pointing out that it existed other places.
It existed before then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner. Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The word slave...
And before that, I know it kind of defeats the purpose of this video, but in Europe, right? The Roman Empire, Europeans, white people, owned a lot of people.
Hey Meta, take a photo. translate that sign.
It says, dance all night.
They enslaved a lot of people. So I get, again, we're trying to focus on other areas, but let's not forget the Romans had it too.
Africa, Asia, and the Middle East. The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Millions of them, all white by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks. Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
All true. None of it makes it okay for it to have existed here, right? Just because it's always existed does not mean that it's not good that we have moved past that, at least here. It still does exist in the world.
It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day.
Now, here's my problem with this. And again, I get the point they're trying to make with this, but by saying things like, well, 2,500 years ago it was considered natural, you run dangerously close to implying that it was natural 200 years ago or that it's natural now. I know that's probably not what is intended here, but it's going to be taken by someone and they're going to run with that.
Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago. As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery.
So isn't it awesome that we're doing something about it now?
Renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves were a major item of commerce. As much as 1/3 of the population of the ancient world was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery.
Well, that makes sense because they were the ones that were in control of those countries. I'm not going to give like brownie points to, for example, the British Empire for ending slavery back in the 1830s when they were the ones who had it. Of course they were the ones who had to end it because they were the ones who were in control of it.
In 1833, Britain was the first country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by France.
That's true, but they were the first ones to really put it in writing in that way. But there were plenty of countries that that slavery had already been de facto eliminated and wasn't permitted. They just maybe didn't enshrine it in some kind of law.
Who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution. After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
Because white men were leading the world in the abhorrent practice at that time. So, of course, they had to end it.
That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War.
All right, but why did most of them enlist? It wasn't to end slavery, it was to preserve the Union. Now, thankfully, the war aims changed as the war evolved, and it did become about not only preserving the Union, but preserving a Union that did not have slavery. But let's not say that those men died for the preservation or for ending slavery, because many of those men, actually a lot of them, nearly mutinied and left when the Emancipation Proclamation was passed because they didn't want to fight to end slavery. That wasn't why they enlisted.
Dutch Miller Kia. Dutch Miller Kia. We said it twice because we're doing double. Double assurance, double the warranty. And we'll have you doing a double take during the summer sticker sales event. Lisa.
Now, am I saying that this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not. My purpose here is to simply tell the truth. And the truth is that human history is complicated. No one, regardless of skin color, stands guiltless.
That's fair. I mean, that's true. That's absolutely true. I'll give her that.
Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire or the cannibalism of indigenous tribes of North and South America or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name.
I think the reason we're not talking about those ones is because, at least here in the United States, that's not what we dealt with, right? We're talking about what our nation did. We're talking about the people who live here who are descendants a few generations removed from what happened, right? There is a difference between what an existing nation that we are a part of did versus what a nation 3,000 years ago did to people we've never heard of. It doesn't make it better or worse. It doesn't mean that that wasn't equally evil 3,000 years ago, but it does mean that it's more relevant that we talk about what happened here.
Just a few. Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And
I don't know that I've been told that. I've never seen the focus on slavery as a white phenomenon, and I don't think I've ever heard somebody say that there wasn't slavery in other places. I feel like we're arguing something that no one's saying here.
And like all persistent lies, this lie spawns a bunch of other lies. On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
I don't know if that's true either.
I wish any of this were true, but it's not. It's a fantasy. The truth is that Africans were sold into slavery by other black Africans, and in many cases, sold for items as trivial as gin and mirrors.
Yeah, all that tells me is that the people who sold them were bad too, right? I've had people argue with me that the people who kidnapped them originally are far worse than the people who bought them off the people who kidnapped them. No, you know why? Because I don't kidnap people and sell them into slavery if there isn't a market for it. And so by buying those people, making it financially an incentive to kidnap people, you're keeping it going. If there's no market for those people, there's no kidnapping in the first place. So don't tell me that somehow it's worse that Africans enslaved other Africans than that Europeans bought those people. It's all evil. It all sucks, okay? Neither one is good. Let's not try and rank them by who's worse.
Whites didn't go into the interior and round up the natives.
No, they just bought them, causing it to happen, right? They created the incentive to do that.
They waited on the coast for their black partners to bring them black bodies. The stark reality is that our lives had very little value to our ancestors.
They had very little value to other people, right? That doesn't mean that they themselves didn't have value. Don't cheapen the lives of these people who were kidnapped and sold into slavery just because they were viewed cheaply by others. That doesn't mean they didn't matter, right? Same thing goes today. Do you want me to tell you that because I don't value you, that means you don't have value? No.
Here's the third thing you need to know. If you think slavery is a relic of the past, you're wrong. There are some 700,000 slaves in Africa today.
100%.
Right now. That's the lowest estimate that I could find.
And this isn't talked about enough. Slavery absolutely exists. And the fact that we as civilized nations aren't doing something about this, we will slap sanctions on people in a heartbeat over things, on other great powers, right? We throw all kinds of sanctions on Russia over the war in Ukraine, and I'm totally fine with that. Why aren't we doing the same thing to these African nations? And I get it's complicated. I get that it's not necessarily state-sanctioned slavery, but that it's warlords within these countries that are doing these things. But man, we got to put some pressure on these countries to crack down and deal with these people, or we've got to give them support to help them deal with it. This should not be allowed. This should not be something that we just sit back and accept.
Find. Other sources say there are many more. For context, that's almost twice as many slaves as were ever brought to the United States.
Again, doesn't make what happened in the U.S. okay. Please, can we not make this comparison? Can we say slavery in the United States, evil. Slavery today, also evil. Slavery 3,000 years ago, evil. They may not have seen it that way, but we can look back now and say it all was bad.
Child soldiers, human trafficking, forced labor. These are the conditions that currently exist within the same sub-Saharan region where the transatlantic slave trade originated. African bodies are being sold today like they were sold then. And no, they are not being purchased by any country. Of white men. In fact,
No. Thankfully, we've moved past that.
Google Fiber has a 99% reliable connection. And
wait, hold that thought.
Sure.
Hey, Jeff, tell him about
slavery by any traditional definition is exclusively practiced today within non-white countries. But we
Doesn't make it okay when white people did it.
hear almost nothing about that. Just like we hear nothing about how slavery was universal until good people in Europe and America ended it 2 centuries ago. Why? Because our so-called leaders, black and white, wouldn't profit from it. Black victimhood is nothing if not profitable. It elects politicians and funds racial grievance groups.
Again, I agree that there is a mindset of victimhood that exists among some people, but that's not unique to any one group, right? As a Christian, as a conservative, there are plenty of Christians and conservatives that are playing the victim card too, okay? It goes around. Every group at some point or another will claim that they are the victims, that they are the oppressed, that they are the minority. I was talking to folks in my church about this yesterday, that, I was reading a story from the book of Acts where the Apostle Paul casts a demon out of a slave girl who was telling fortunes, and she was no longer able to tell fortunes. And so Paul and Silas were stripped and beaten and thrown in prison for doing that. And I said, man, in the context of that, we as Christians in America really ought to just shut up about how oppressed and how persecuted we are, because we don't have a clue what persecution is. Same thing's true here. Yes, does that victimhood mindset exist? But it exists in a lot of places.
And if Black Americans began to view themselves as partners in the American dream, if we embraced the patriotic spirit that holds all men are created equal, the patriotic spirit that is our real heritage.
And I think a lot of Black Americans do embrace that. But that doesn't mean we can't focus on things that could still be better.
Then the race hustlers would soon be out of business. And who wants that? I'm Candace Owens, author of Blackout for Prager University.
Okay, interesting. And listen, I was intentionally kind of pushing back on this video. I will say this. I don't believe that the motivation behind this video is a nefarious one. I don't think there's a motivation here to come across the way that it probably potentially comes across to some people. So I think the intentions were good. I don't think it helped a lot of things, right? I don't know. I have mixed emotions about that, but let me know your thoughts. Just keep it civil. Use the comment section below. And if you have other videos of theirs you'd like me to take a look at some point, I would love to hear those recommendations. Thanks for watching.
Watch live and local news on a variety of networks with
Jesus Christ, you fucking... Yes. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, I don't fucking care. I literally don't fucking care. Don't give a fuck. Um, let's be fair here. Uh, I don't. I don't give a shit about political trends. I don't give a fuck about like bullshit. I have my own point of view. If you don't agree with it, I also don't care. You can fuck off. I'm the what? The gay fucking tribute to your cause. Yeah, fucking I also don't care. Eat shit. What do you want me to say? Oh, god damn. Yeah, my hair's not blonde. It's like I fucking suck. Shit happens. Yeah, I'm incredibly fucking broken. Let's not do dumb shit, please. Let's not let's not do the dumb shit. I mean, like I'm painfully stupid, right? I'm I'm incredibly dumb. Let's look out for our fellow humans. Let's think about what humanity means, and what like we think about, right? Like here's oh god, I'm gonna do a thing. Okay. Right. You see this? This right here. This is a Final Fantasy Black Mage. Okay? Alright. Looks like that guy right there, right? I call this dude Vivi every time I stream. Every time. For a reason. Okay? When you can answer why, I'll take you seriously. Because Vivi knows that he is going to die. The arc the character arc of Vivi is so fucking like wonderful as like an actual like human like not even like the human arc of Vivi in Final Fantasy IX is so prescient and so wonderful that I can't like there's a reason that I like point to this every time I stream, and I'm like, yeah, but that's Vivi. Because it's so fucking dope. And it's so like you'd have to experience it first to like figure it out. And like fucking assholes out here, like, oh yo, fucking this guy fucking sucks, and I'm like, yeah, but Vivi's also dope. Ay, ay, ay. I gotta get some sleep, folks. Uh, what I will say, to the trans community out there, um, I'm not gonna fuck you over. I'm not. I I want to be very clear on this. Um, Specifically to the trans community. I do have a redemption on my channel where I cross dress, and I promise you I will not I will not take that lightly, because that's fucking gross. I want to do justice by you, because if I don't, in fairness, would it be an indictment on me? Not really. But if I don't, I wouldn't be doing right by you either. So I want to make sure, and it's partially why it's taken so long. And there's also a lot of other shit going into it. Like, I could do this too. That would be goofy as fuck. But it would also be goofy as fuck. So let's chill. All right? Okay. And sometimes everybody hates you. Shit happens. I'm going to get some rest. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
Jill, thank you so much for the raid, man. We had an amazing raid That's right. Yeah, man. Definitely make sure you guys check them out. Playing Dragon's Dogma. I still gotta play that. I haven't played that yet. I am going to
this Dr. Floyd is not happening right now. Jimbo, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hey, oh shit, guys, we hit our goal. That means we can spin the wheel again. Oh, kind of straight too. What's the line of Jay Wade, how are you? What are you playing today? Tell me a little bit about your stream. I've been trash. I am trash, but my name is Stan. I'm doing a level 1 Elden Ring challenge where we are playing with the sexy character alive. And her name is Trixie. And Trixie is trying to beat the game at level 1. Thank you guys again for the hype train. Have you played Elden Ring before? Played Ghost a long time ago. Oh, I never played that one. It's this way. And there's... Is it in a cave or are they just out here somewhere? Almost 110 hours? Yeah, I think I'm about 50 hours into the I'm afraid to say find this one. Is it this height? Or is it the second one? You beat seafood. Yeah. Seafood was pretty good, but I would consider seafood pretty easy compared to pretty much every single one. Not everything. I thought seafood was more difficult than Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne. But after that, Dark Souls 1 was way harder than but you can make this game seafood. There's not really you just have to get good at whereas they give you first way, and then